Get thee to bed, Francisco.
For this relief, much thanks. It's bitter cold. I'm sick at heart.
Have you had quiet guard?
Not a mouse stirring.
Well, good night. If you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste.
I think I hear him. Stand ho, who's there?
Prince to this ground, and liegeman to the Dane.
Give you a good night.
Farewell, honest soldier. Who has relieved you?
Bernardo at my place. Give you a good night.
Hello, Bernardo.
Say, what, is Horatio there?
A piece of him.
Welcome, Horatio. Welcome, good Marcellus.
Fine. Has this thing appeared again tonight?
I've seen nothing.
Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him, touching this dreaded sight, twice seen of us. Therefore, I've entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night. But if again this apparition comes, he may approve our eyes and speak to it.
Tush, 'twill not appear.
Sit down a while. Let us once again assail your ears that are so fortified against our story. What we 2 nights have seen.
Well, sit we down, and let us hear Bernardo speak of this.
Last night of all, when yon same star that's westward from the pole had made his course into that part of heaven where now it burns, Marcellus and myself, the bell then beating 1.
Peace. Break me off.
Look when it comes again!
In the same figure like the dead king, Hamlet.
Thou art a scholar. Speak to it, Horatio.
Looks it not like the king? Mark it, Horatio.
Most like. It harrows me with fear and wonder.
It would be spoke to.
Question it, Horatio.
If thou hast any sound or use of voice, speak to me. If there be any good thing to be done, that may to thee do ease and grace to me, oh, speak.
Stay and speak. Stop it, Marcellus! Tis here! Tis here! Tis gone, and will not answer.
How now, Horatio? You tremble and look pale. Is not this something more than fantasy? What think you want?
Before my God, I might not disbelieve without the sensible and true avouch of mine own eyes.
Is it not like the king?
As thou to thyself. It is strange.
It was about to speak when the cock crew.
Then it started like a guilty thing upon a fearful summons.
I've heard. The cock that is the herald to the morn doth with his lofty and shrill sounding throat awake the god of day. And at its warning, the wandering and uneasy spirit hies to its confine.
Faded on the crowing of the cock. Some say that ever against that season comes wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated, the bird of dawning singeth all night long. And then they say no spirit can walk abroad. The nights are wholesome then. No planet strike, no fairy takes, nor witch hath power to charm. So hallowed and so gracious is the time.
So have I heard, and do in part believe it. But look, the morn in russet mantle clad walks o'er the dew of yon high eastern hill. Break we our watch up, And by my advice, let us impart what we've seen tonight unto young Hamlet. For upon my life, this spirit dumb to us will speak to him.
Let's do it, I pray. Something is rotten in the state of Denmark.
I've written to you and sullied you with the news of my uncivilized and disgraceful experiences, but I was afraid that after my death nobody would know what had happened to me. Just as I was missing my parents and angry about my fate, a Tang monk also happened to be captured by the monster. So with tears in my eyes, I am boldly writing this letter and sending it to you as a token of my feelings. I beg you, Majesty, to take piety on me and send a general to the Moonwaters Cave in Bull Mountain to capture the yellow-robed monster, rescue me, and take me back to the palace. This would make me profoundly grateful. Please excuse the hasty and disrespectful tone of this letter. With more Kataos, your disobedient daughter, prettier than a flower. When the Grand Scholar had read it through, the king wept aloud. The ladies of the palace were all in tears, and the officials were all saddened. Everyone was miserable. After weeping for a long time, the king asked the civil and military officials which of them would lead troops to capture the monster and rescue Princess Prettier Than a Flower for him. He asked them all several times, but nobody would accept. The generals looked as though they were carved out of wood, and the officials might have been molded from clay. The king was highly agitated, and floods of tears were pouring down his face, when the civil and military officials all prostrated themselves before him and said, "Don't be so disturbed, your majesty. The princess has been lost for 13 years now without anything being heard of her, so we cannot yet know whether she really met this Tang priest and sent a letter by him. Besides, we are all mere mortals. In the military manuals and books of strategy we have studied only cover the deployment of soldiers in battle, making encampments, and what else is necessary to protect the country from the disaster of invasion. That evil spirit travels by cloud and mist, and we would never even be able to catch sight of him, let alone capture him and rescue the princess. Now that Easterner who is going to fetch scriptures is a holy priest from a great country. This monk must have demon-subduing powers, as his high qualities overawe the dragons and tigers, and his great virtues give him power over devils and gods. As the old saying goes, the man who comes to argue about rights and wrongs is usually the wrongdoer himself. Far and away the best plan would be to ask this venerable gentleman to subdue the fiend and rescue the princess. If you have any supernatural skills, venerable sir, the king said, turning at once to Sanzang, then use your Dharma powers to capture this evil monster and bring my daughter back to the palace. If you do that, there will be no need to travel to the west and visit the Buddha. You can let your hair grow, and I will make you my brother. We shall sit together on the dragon throne and share my wealth and honor. What about it? My only humble skill, Sun Zhang hastened to reply, lies in invoking the Buddha's name, and I really cannot subdue fiends. If you can't subdue fiends, the king retorted, how can you have the courage to go visit the Buddha in the Western Heaven? Sunzong now told him about the 2 disciples, as he could not keep them a secret any longer. Your Majesty, he said, I could scarcely have come this far by myself. I have 2 disciples, both skilled at finding ways across mountains and at bridging rivers, who have escorted me here. You have behaved disgracefully, monk, said the king angrily. As you have disciples, you should have brought them with you to see me. Even if we could have offered them no presents, they would at least have been given a meal. My disciples are so hideous, Sunzong replied, that I dared not bring them to court for fear of offending your Majesty's dignity. What a monkish thing to say, observed the king with a smile. You don't really think that I would be afraid of them, do you? Oh no, said Sunzong. Their surname of the older one is Pig. His personal names are Wu Neng, awakened to power, and Baji, 8 prohibitions. He has a long snout, vicious fangs, bristles of steel, and ears as big as fans. He is so heftily built that he makes a breeze as he walks. The surname of the 2nd disciple is Sand, and his Buddhist name is Monk Awakened to Purity. He is 12 feet tall, and his arms are 4 feet thick. His face is the color of indigo, and his mouth is like a bowl of blood. His eyes burn and flash, and his teeth are like rows of nails. It was because they look so terrible that I did not dare bring them with me. Even after you have told me about them, said the king, I know that I have nothing to fear. Have them summoned here. With that, a messenger with the golden tablet was sent to the rest house to invite them to the palace. On receiving the invitation, the idiot said to Friar Sand, Brother, do you still think he shouldn't have delivered the letter? Now you can see the advantages of delivering it. I reckon that when the master delivered it, the king must have thought the person who brought such a message could not be treated rudely, and so laid on a banquet for him. As our master has such a weak appetite, he must have remembered us and mentioned our names. This is why the messenger was sent here. After a meal, we'll be able to make a good start tomorrow. This must have been in our destiny, said Friar Sand. Let's go. Entrusting their baggage and the horse to the manager of the hostel, they accompanied the messenger to court. They kept their weapons with them. When they reached the white jade steps, they stood below them and chanted a "na-ah-ah" of respect, then stood there without moving. Every one of the civil and military officials was horrified. Apart from being hideous, they said to each other, they are far too coarse and vulgar. Why are they standing bolt upright after a mere "na-ah-ah" instead of prostrating themselves before His Majesty? Shocking, quite shocking. Overhearing this, Pig said, Please don't make rude comments on us, gentlemen. This is the way we look, and although we seem ugly at first sight, after a while we become quite bearable. The king, who had been quite frightened at the sight of their brutishness, trembled so violently on hearing the idiot pig talking that he lost his balance and fell off his dragon throne. Fortunately, the gentlemen in waiting were on hand to help him up again. This threw Sanzong into such a panic that he fell to his knees and kowtowed without stopping, saying, "Your Majesty, I deserve to die 10,000 deaths. 10,000 deaths. I said that my disciples were too hideous for me to dare to bring them to court for fear of harming your dragon dignity, and now I have given your Majesty this fright." The king walked shakily over to him, raised him to his feet, and said, "Thank goodness you warned me about them beforehand, venerable sir. Otherwise I would undoubtedly have died of shock at the sight of them." When the king had taken some time to calm himself down, he asked Pig and Friar Sand which of the two of them was better at subduing fiends. "I am," said the shameless idiot. "How do you do it, pray?" the king asked. "I am Marshal Tian Peng," Pig replied, "and I was exiled to this mortal world for offending against part of the heavenly code. Happily, I have now returned to the truth and become a monk. I am the best fiend subduer of all of us who have come here from the east." "If you are a heavenly general turned mortal," said the king, "you must be good at transformations." "I wouldn't say that much," Pig replied, "but I can do one or two." "Show me one," said the king. "Tell me what you want me to turn into," said Pig. "Turn into a giant, then," said the king. Pig, who could do 36 transformations, now showed off his powers before the steps of the throne. Clenching his fists and reciting the words of the spell, he shouted, "Grow!" bowed forward, and grew 80 or 90 feet tall. He looked like one of the paper gods carried at the head of funeral processions. The civil and military officials trembled with fright. Monarch and subjects alike gazed at him in stupefaction. Then the general guarding the palace said, "You've certainly grown very tall, venerable sir. How much taller could you grow before you had to stop?" "It depends on the wind," replied the idiot, talking in his idiotic way. "I can manage quite well in an east or west wind, and if a south wind blows up, I can make a big dent in the sky." "Then give your magic powers a rest," said the king, more frightened than ever. "We are sure you can do that." Pig contracted himself to his real size and stood in attendance at the foot of the steps once more. "What weapon will you use to fight the monster on this mission?" the king asked. Pig pulled his rake from his belt and said, "This rake." "But that would disgrace us," said the king with a smile. "Here we have steel whips, maces, claws on chains, warhammers, cutlasses, halberds, poleaxes, battle axes, swords, bills, spears, and battle scythes. Choose one that suits you. That rake doesn't count as a real weapon." "What your Majesty doesn't realize," Pig replied, "is that although it's crude, I've carried it around with me since I was a child. I depended on it completely when I commanded 80,000 sailors and marines as Marshal of the Milky Way, the Heavenly River. Down in this world, as my master's escort, I've used it to smash the dens of tigers and wolves in the mountains and turn the nests of dragons and leviathans upside down in rivers." The king was thoroughly delighted and convinced on hearing this, so he ordered 9 of his royal consorts to fetch a bottle of his own royal wine, with which to send the venerable Pig off. Then he filled a goblet and presented it to Pig with the words, "May this cup of wine, venerable father, express my gratitude for the service you are going to render. When you capture the evil monster and bring my daughter back, you will be rewarded with a state banquet and 1,000 pieces of gold." For all his coarseness, the idiot accepted it with style. "Master," he said to Sun Zong after chanting a "na-ah" of respect, "you should drink this wine first, but His Majesty gave it to me and I dare not disobey him. Please allow me to drink first, as it will brace my spirits for the capture of the monster." He drained the cup in one gulp, refilled it, and handed it to Sun Zong, who said, "As I cannot touch alcohol, you two must drink it for me." Friar Sand came over and took it. Clouds now sprouted under Pig's feet as he shot up into mid-air. "Venerable Pig," exclaimed the king, "you can walk on clouds too." When Pig had gone, Friar Sand drained his cup of wine at one draught too, and said, "When the yellow-robed monster captured you, master, the pair of us were only just a match for him in combat. I'm afraid that my elder brother won't be able to beat him up by himself." "Yes," Sun Zong replied, "you'd better go and help him." When Friar Sand too sprang up into the air on a cloud and went off, the anxious king grabbed hold of Sun Zong and said, "Stay here with me, venerable sir. Don't you go flying off on a cloud too." "I, alas, cannot take a single step by cloud." We leave the two of them talking to each other in the palace. "I'm here, brother," said Friar Sand as he caught Pig up. "Why?" Pig asked. "The master told me to come and lend you a hand," replied Friar Sand. "Good. It's as well you've come. We too will do our damnedest and capture this fiend. Even though it won't be anything very big, it'll at least make us famous in this country." On shimmering clouds they left the country, departing from capital in a blaze of magic light. On the king's command, they came to the mountain cave to fight hard side by side to capture the evil spirit. Before long, they reached the mouth of the cave and landed their cloud. Pig brought his rake down with all his might on the door of the cave and made a hole the size of a bucket in it. The junior demons guarding it were so frightened that they opened up the gates. At the sight of the pair of them, they rushed inside to report, "Bad news, your majesty! The long-snouted monk with big ears and the other one with a horrible face have come back and smashed down our doors." "Pig and Friar Sand again?" exclaimed the monster in astonishment. "How dare they come and break down my door after I've spared their master's life?" "Perhaps they've come to fetch something they left behind," suggested a junior demon. "Nonsense," snorted the monster. "Would they break the gate down if they'd just left something behind?" He hastily tied on his armor, took his steel sword, went outside and asked, "Monks, what do you mean by smashing down my door? I spared your master, didn't I?" "Will you do a decent thing, wretched ogre?" said Pig. "What?" asked the old monster. "You forced the third princess of the land of Elephantia to come to your cave," said Pig, "and you've made her stay here for 13 years. You should send her back now. We've come here to capture you on the king's orders, so you'd better hurry in and tie yourself up if you don't want me to hit you." The old fiend was now furious. Just watch him as he gnashes his fangs of steel, glares so hard that his eyes become round with fury, raises his sword, and hacks at Pig's head. Pig avoided the blow and struck back at the monster's face with his rake, after which Friar Sand rushed forward to join in the fight with his staff. This battle on the mountain was not the same as the earlier one. Saying the wrong things can make men angry. Wicked intentions and hurt feelings give birth to wrath. The great steel sword of the Demon King sliced down at the head. Pig's 9-toothed rake went for the face. As Friar Sand let fly with his staff, the Demon King parried with his magic weapon. One wild ogre, 2 holy monks, moving to and fro with the greatest of calm. One says, "You deserve to die for your crime against the country." The other replies, "Interfering fellow, trying to put the world to rights." "By seizing the princess, you have insulted the state," said the one. "Just mind your business," said the other. It was all because of the letter that the monks and the monster were now in combat. When they had fought 8 or 9 bouts on the mountain side, Pig was beginning to tire. His strength was flagging, and he could only raise his rake with difficulty. Do you know why they could not hold out against the monster this time? In the first battle, all the guardian gods had been helping Pig and Friar Sand, as Sun Zong was in the cave, so that they had been a match for the ogre. This time, the guardian gods were all looking after Sun Zong in Elephantia, which was why Pig and Friar Sand could not hold out against the fiend. "You come forward and fight him, Friar Sand," said the idiot, "while I go off for a shit." Then, with no further thought for Friar Sand, he streaked off into the undergrowth of grass, wild figs, thorns, and creepers, diving straight in and not bothering about the scratches on his face. Then he fell off into a doze, too frightened to come out again. He kept an ear cocked for the sound of clashing weapons. Seeing Pig flee, the monster charged at Friar Sand, who could do nothing to stop the ogre from seizing him and carrying him into the cave. The junior fiends tied him up hand and foot. If you don't know what became of him, listen to the explanation in the next chapter. Chapter 30. An evil monster harms the true law. The mind horse remembers the heart ape. Now that he had tied up Friar Sand, the monster did not kill him, hit him, or even swear at him. Instead, he raised his sword and thought, "Coming from so great a country, the Tang priest must have a sense of propriety. He can't have sent his disciples to capture me after I spared his life. That wife of mine must have sent some kind of letter to her country and let the secret out. Just wait till I question her." The monster became so furious that he was ready to kill her. The unwitting princess, who had just finished making herself up, came out to see the ogre knitting his brows and gnashing his teeth in anger. "What is bothering you, my lord?" she asked with a smile. The monster snorted and started to insult her. "You low bitch," he said. "You haven't a shred of human decency. You never made the slightest complaint when I first brought you here. You wear clothes of brocade and a crown of gold, and I go out to find anything you need. You live in luxury all 4 seasons of the year, and we've always been very close to each other. So why do you think only of your mother and father? Why do you have no wifely feelings?" This so frightened the princess that she fell to her knees and said, "What makes you start talking as if you're going to get rid of me?" "I'm not sure whether I'm getting rid of you or you're getting rid of me," the monster replied. "I captured that Tang priest and brought him here to eat, but you released him without asking me first. You must have secretly written a letter and asked him to deliver it for you. There's no other explanation for why these 2 monks should have made an attack on this place and be demanding your return. It's all your fault, isn't it?" "Don't blame me for this, my lord," she replied. "I never wrote such a letter." "Liar," he said. "I've captured one of my enemies to prove it." "Who?" she asked. "Friar Sand, the Tang priest's 2nd disciple." Nobody likes to accept their death, even their last gasp. So she could only try to keep up the pretense. "Please don't lose your temper, my lord," she said. "Let's go and ask him about it. If there was really a letter, I'll gladly let you kill me. But if there wasn't, you'd be killing your slave unjustly." With no further argument, the monster grabbed her by her bejeweled hair with his fist the size of a basket and threw her to the floor in front of him. Then he seized his sword to question Friar Sand. "Friar Sand," he roared, "when you 2 had the impertinence to make your attack, was it because the king of her country sent you here after getting a letter from her?" When the bound Friar Sand saw the evil spirit throw the princess to the ground in his fury, then take hold of his sword to kill her, he thought, "It's obvious she must have sent a letter, but she did us a very great favor by sparing our master. If I tell him about it, he'll kill her. No, that would be a terrible thing to do after what she did for us. Besides, I haven't done any good deeds all the time I've been with our master. So as a prisoner here, I can pay back my master's goodness to me with my life." His mind made up, he shouted, "Behave yourself, evil monster. She sent no letter, so don't you mistreat her or murder her. I'll tell you why we came to demand the princess. When my master was your prisoner in this cave, he saw what the princess looked like. Later on, when he presented his credentials to the king of Elephantia, the king showed him her picture and asked him if he'd seen her on his journey. The king had this picture of her painted long ago and made inquiries about her all over the place. My master told the king about her, and when he heard this news of his daughter, the king gave us some of his imperial wine and sent us to bring her back to the palace. This is the truth. There was no letter. If you want to kill anybody, kill me, and don't be so wicked as to slaughter an innocent woman." Impressed by Friar Sand's noble words, the monster put aside his sword and took the princess in his arms, saying, "Please forgive me for being so boorishly rude." Then he put her hair up again for her, and, turning tender again, urged her to go inside with him. He asked her to take the seat of honor and apologize to her. In her female fickleness, the princess was prompted by his excess of courtesy to think of an idea. "My lord," she said, "could you have Friar Sand's bonds loosened a little for the sake of our love?" The old fiend ordered his underlings to untie Friar Sand and lock him up there instead. On being untied and locked up, Friar Sand got up and thought, "The ancients said that a good turn to someone else is a good turn to yourself. If I hadn't helped her out, she wouldn't have had me untied." The old fiend then had a banquet laid on to calm his wife and make it up to her. When he had drunk himself fairly tipsy, he put on a new robe and girded a sword to his waist. Then he fondled the princess and said, "You stay at home and drink, wife. Look after our 2 sons and don't let Friar Sang get away. While the Tang priest is in Elefantia, I'm going to get to know my relations." "What relations?" she asked. "Your father," he replied. "I'm his son-in-law, and he's my father-in-law, so why shouldn't we get acquainted?" "You mustn't go," was her reply. "Why not?" he asked. "My father," she answered, "didn't win his country by force of arms. It was handed down to him by his ancestors. He came to the throne as a child, and has never been far from the palace gates, so he's never seen a tough guy like you. You're a bit on the hideous side with that face of yours, and it would be very bad if a visit from you terrified him. You'd do better not to go and meet him." "Then I'll make myself handsome," he said. "Try it and show me," said the princess. The splendid fiend shook himself, and in the middle of the banquet he changed himself into a handsome man. Elegant he was, and tall. He spoke like a high official. His movements were those of a youth. He was as brilliant as the poet Cao Ji, handsome as Pan En, to whom the women threw fruit. On his head was a hat with magpie feathers, to which the black clouds submitted. He wore a robe of jade-colored silk, with wide and billowing sleeves. On his feet were black boots with patterned tops, and at his waist hung a gleaming sword. He was a most imposing man, tall, elegant, and handsome. The princess was thoroughly delighted at the sight of him. "Isn't this a good transformation?" he asked her with a smile. "Wonderful," she said. "Wonderful. When you go to court like that, the king will be bound."
Good. From this day, my name shall be Sun Wukong. Even in death. My master. Safe. The scriptures. Sound. All I ever wanted was a life in my mountain, free from you and your so-called merits. Those high above don't trust me. I understand that. And they send you and those knuckleheads to threaten me. To obey and serve once more. I understand that too. But what I don't understand is... you bastards killing my kind! All these years, except for that pig, you're the one who talks the tallest tales. Good. I am entertained. Speaking of entertainment, wouldn't it be fun if I pluck your extra eye out for my snack and allow you to keep the other two? Because I'd hate to let you miss how I'll slaughter each mongrel of the court. Those below, those above, and that black mutt of yours. Come at me, all of you! Keep those eyes wide open. Watch me rip it off. And break free! Bottoms up, brothers! One final toast before we crash the Celestial Palace! Immortality? For that word, all realms and beings have ruined themselves. Foolhardy, nothing more. I've done as our brother asked. Till we meet again. Wretched boy, your luck plagues your every step. Never have you made a good choice. Save your strength, brother. We're yet to slay our way to the court and seize that senile emperor! This one must be the chief of their troop. Brother, watch my back while I go play with him. Your brother, I've disciplined. Your boy, I've given away. Your wife's fan, today, I'll take it with me too. Find a master and serve the right. It's the only path left for the likes of us. Don't you understand, brother? The way... And brother... The way I saw it, with enough merit and a position before the Buddha, they would leave me be, and all of you as well. Now I see. For someone like me, staying alive is enough to be a transgression. Brother, take care of your wife and children. And remember, steer clear of my remains. Dear brother, your edge needs honing. Good. I was in need of a back scratcher. Good. From this day, my name shall be Sun Wukong.
rescue.
to accept you as his son-in-law and make his civil and military officials give you a banquet. So if you have anything to drink, you must be very careful not to show your real face. It wouldn't do to let the secret out." "You don't need to tell me that," he said. "I understand perfectly well myself." He sprang away on his cloud and was soon in Elefantia, where he landed and walked to the palace gates. "Please report," he said to the high custodian of the gate, "that His Majesty's third son-in-law is come for an audience." A eunuch messenger went to the steps of the throne and reported, "Your Majesty's third son-in-law has come for an audience and is waiting for your summons outside the palace gates." When the king, who was talking with Sun Zong, heard the words third son-in-law, he said to the assembled officials, I only have two son-in-laws. There can't be a third. It must be that the monster has come, the officials replied. Then should I send for him? The king asked. Your Majesty, said Sun Zong in alarm. He's an evil spirit, so we mortals can do nothing about him. He knows about the past and the future and rides on the clouds. He will come whether you send for him or not, so it would be better to send for him and avoid arguments. The king accepted the proposal and sent for him. The fiend came to the bottom of the steps and performed the usual ritual of dancing and chanting. His handsome looks prevented any of the officials from realizing he was a demon. Instead, they took him in their mortal blindness for a good man. At the sight of his imposing figure, the king thought that he would be a pillar and the savior of the state. Son-in-law, he asked him, where do you live? Where are you from? When did you marry the princess? Why haven't you come to see me before? I come, the monster replied, knocking his head on the ground, from the Moon Waters Cave in Bowel Mountain. How far is that from here? Asked the king. Not far, he replied. Only 100 miles. If it's 100 miles away, said the king, how did the princess get there to marry you? The monster gave a cunning and deceptive answer. My lord, he said, I have been riding and shooting since childhood, and I support myself by hunting. 13 years ago, as I was out hunting one day with falcons, hounds, and a few score retainers, when I saw a ferocious striped tiger carrying a girl on its back down the mountainside. I fitted an arrow to my bow and shot the tiger, then took the girl home and revived her with hot water, which saved her life. When I asked her where she was from, she never mentioned the word princess. Had she said that she was your Majesty's daughter, I would never have had the effrontery to marry her without your permission. I would have come to your golden palace and asked for some appointment in which I might have distinguished myself. As she said she was the daughter of ordinary folk, I kept her in my home. With her beauty and my ability, we fell in love, and we've been married all these years. When we were married, I wanted to kill the tiger and serve him up at a banquet for all my relations, but she asked me not to. There was a verse that explained why I should not. Thanks to heaven and earth, we are becoming man and wife. We will marry without matchmaker or witnesses. A red thread must have untied us in a former life. So let us make the tiger our matchmaker. When she said that, I untied the tiger and spared its life. The wounded beast swished its tail and was off. Little did I realize that after escaping with its life, it would have spent the past years making itself into a spirit whose sole intention is to deceive and kill people. I believe that there was once a group of pilgrims going to fetch scriptures who said that they were priests from the Great Tang. The tiger must have killed their leader, taken his credentials, and made himself look like the pilgrim. He is now in this palace trying to deceive your majesty. That man sitting on an embroidered cushion is in fact the very tiger who carried the princess off 13 years ago. He's no pilgrim. The feeble-minded king, who, in his mortal blindness, could not recognize the evil spirit, believed that his tissue of lies were the truth, and said, "Noble son-in-law, how can you tell that this monk is the tiger who carried the princess off?" "Living in the mountains," he replied. "I eat tiger, dress in tiger, sleep amid tigers, and move among tigers. Of course I can tell." "Even if you can tell," said the king, "turn him back into his real form to show me." "If I may borrow half a saucer of water," answered the fiend, "I will turn him back into his real form." The king sent an officer to fetch some water for his son-in-law. The monster put the water in his hand, leapt forward, and did an eye-deceiving body-fixing spell. He recited the words of the spell, spurted a mouthful of water over the Tang priest, and shouted, "Change!" Sun Zong's real body was hidden away on top of the hall, and he was turned into a striped tiger. To the king's mortal eyes, the tiger had a white brow and a rounded head, a patterned body and eyes of lightning, 4 legs, straight and tall, 20 claws, hooked and sharp. Jagged fangs ringed in his mouth. Pointed ears grew from his brow. Fierce and powerful, formed like a giant cat, wild and virile as a brown bull calf. His bristling whiskers shone like silver. Acrid breath came from his spiked tongue. He was indeed a savage tiger, whose majesty dominated the palace hall. One look at him sent the king's soul flying from his body, and all the officials fled in terror except for a handful of gallant generals. They charged the tiger at the head of a group of officers, hacking wildly with every kind of weapon. If the Tang priest had not been fated to survive, even 20 of him would have been chopped to mince. Luckily for him, the 6 Dings, the 6 Xias, the revealers of the truth, the duty gods, and the protectors of the faith were all protecting him in midair and preventing him from being wounded by any of the weapons. After a turmoil that continued until evening, they finally caught the tiger, chained it, and put it in an iron cage in the room where officials waited for an audience. The king then ordered his household department to lay on a large banquet to thank his son-in-law for saving his daughter from being killed by the monk. That evening, when the court had been dismissed, the monster went to the Hall of Silvery Peace. 18 palace beauties and junior concubines had been selected, and they made music, sang, and danced, urging the fiend to drink and be merry. The ogre sat alone in the seat of honor, and to the left and right of him were all these voluptuous women. When he had been drinking until the 2nd watch of the night, he became too intoxicated to restrain his savagery any longer. He jumped up, bellowed with laughter, and turned back into his real self. A murderous impulse came upon him, and, stretching out his hand as big as a basket, he seized a girl who was playing a lute, dragged her towards him, and took a bite from her head. The 17 other palace women fled in panic and hid themselves. The palace beauties were terrified. The junior concubines were panic-stricken. The terrified palace beauties were like lotuses beaten by the rain at night. The panic-stricken concubines were like peonies swaying in the spring breezes. Smashing their lutes, they fled for their lives, trampling on zithers as they ran away. As they went out through the doors, they knew not where they went. In their flight from the hall, they rushed everywhere, damaging their faces of jade and bumping their pretty heads. Every one of them fled for her life. All of them ran away to safety. The women who had fled did not dare to shout, as they did not want to disturb the king in the middle of the night, so they all hid, trembling under eaves of walls, where we shall leave them. The monster, still in his seat of honor, thought for a moment, then drank another bowl of wine, dragged the woman towards him, and took 2 more gory mouthfuls of her. While he was enjoying himself inside the palace, the news was being spread outside that the Tang priest was really a tiger spirit. The rumors spread like wildfire, and it soon reached the government hostel. Nobody else was there but the white horse, who was eating fodder from a trough. This horse had once been a young dragon prince from the Western Sea, who, as a punishment for offending against the heavenly code, had lost his horns and scales and been turned into a white horse to carry Sanzang to the west to fetch the scriptures. When he heard it being said that the Tang priest was a tiger spirit, he thought, "My master is clearly a good man. The evil spirit must have changed him into a tiger to harm him. Whatever shall I do? Monkey's been gone for ages, and there's no news of the other 2. By the middle of the night, he could wait no longer. He jumped up and said, "If I don't rescue the Tang priest, I'll win no merit at all." He could restrain himself no longer, so he snapped his halter, shook his bridle and girths loose, and changed himself back into a dragon. Then he went straight up on a black cloud to the 9th heaven. There is a poem to prove it that goes, "On his journey west to worship the Buddha, Sanzang met an evil demon. Now that he had been changed into a tiger, the white horse came to his rescue, trailing its halter." From up in the air, the dragon saw the bright lights in the hall of silvery peace, where 8 wax candles were burning on 8 great candlesticks. Bringing his cloud down for a closer look, he saw the monster sitting by himself in the seat of honor and drinking as he ate human flesh. "Hopeless beast," thought the dragon with a grin. "Giving his game away like that. He's broken the counterpoise of his steelyard. He has exposed himself. A man-eater can't be a good fellow. Now I know what has happened to our master. He's met this foul ogre. I'll try to fool him. If it comes off, there's still time to rescue our master." With a shake, the splendid Dragon King turned himself into a slim and seductive palace beauty. Hurrying inside, he greeted the ogre and said, "If you spare my life, your highness, I'll hold your cup for you." "Pour me out more wine," he said. The young dragon took the pot and used a water-controlling spell to fill his cup so full that the wine stood several inches higher than the rim without spilling. The monster, who did not know this piece of magic, was delighted with the trick, and when the dragon asked, "Shall I fill it higher still?" he replied, "Yes, yes." The dragon lifted the pot and poured and poured. The wine rose till it towered as tall as a 13-storied pagoda, and still hardly any spilled over. The ogre opened his mouth wide and swallowed the lot, then pulled the dead girl towards him and took another bite. "Can you sing?" he asked, and the dragon replied, "Yes, in a way." He sang a short song and handed the ogre another cup of wine. "Can you dance?" the ogre asked. "Yes, in a way," he replied, "but I can't dance well empty-handed." The ogre pushed his robe aside, brought out the sword he wore at his waist, unsheathed it, and handed it to the dragon, who took it and did a sword dance in front of the banqueting table. As the monster gazed pop-eyed the dragon, the dragon stopped dancing and hacked at his face. The ogre sidestepped and immediately seized a cast-iron lantern that must have weighed a good 100 weight with its stand, with which to parry the sword. As the pair of them came out of the Hall of Silvery Peace, the dragon reverted to his true form and went up into mid-air on a cloud to continue the fight. It was a really vicious combat. One was a monster born and bred on Bull Mountain. The other was an exiled dragon from the Western Sea. One shone as if he were breathing out lightning. The other's vigor seemed to burst through the clouds. One was like a white-tusked elephant in a crowd. The other was a golden-clawed wildcat leaping down to earth. One was a pillar of jade towering to heaven. The other was one of the ocean's golden beams. The silver dragon danced. The yellow monster soared. As the blade cut tirelessly to left and right, and the lantern flashed to and fro without a pause. The old monster was as strong as ever. After 8 or 9 rounds of their battle in the clouds, the young dragon was tiring and unable to keep up the fight, so he hurled his sword at the monster. The ogre used a magic trick to catch it, went for the helpless dragon, throwing the lantern at him and hitting him on the hind leg. The dragon brought his cloud straight down to earth, where the canal in the palace saved his life. Once he had dived in, the ogre could not find him. Instead, he went back to the Hall of Silvery Peace, clutching the sword and the candlestick. There he drank himself to sleep. The dragon hid at the bottom of the canal for an hour, by which time all was quiet. Gritting his teeth against the pain from his leg, he leapt out of the water and went back to the hostel on a black cloud, where he turned himself back into a horse and bent over the trough once more. The poor animal was covered with sweat, and his leg was scarred. The thought horse and the mind ape had scattered. The lord of metal and the mother of wood were dispersed. The yellow wife was damaged, her powers divided. The way was finished, and how could it be saved? We will leave Sanzang in danger and the dragon in defeat to return to Pig, who had been hiding in the undergrowth ever since he abandoned Friar Sand. he had made himself a pigsty there and slept through the middle of the night. When he woke up, he could not remember where he was. He rubbed his eyes, pulled himself together, and cocked up his ear. In these wild mountains, no dogs barked and no cocks crowed. From the position of the stars, he worked out that it was around midnight, and thought, I must go back and rescue Friar Sand. It's all too true that you cannot make thread with a single strand, or clap with a single hand. No, no. I'd better go back to the city, see the master, and report on this to the king. He can give me some more brave soldiers to help me rescue Friar Sand.
Callum is pretty strong.
It takes forever to reload.
Yeah.
What do you think is like the best weapon for Guardian Disc?
Probably the Dragonkin halberd because it's got like frost and lightning on it, or Dragon halberd, whatever it's called.
Yeah, yeah.
Commander standard is good too. Get the buff.
Oh, there's a Vike's War Spear. Oh, sorry, I was not joining you guys.
It's okay, we forgive you.
Yo, good juiced. Thank you for the 12 months. It's my first playthrough of RE2R uploaded anywhere. Probably not. No. I don't think I had like a VODs channel at that point, and yeah, I just forgot to like upload some stuff before. And I could be wrong. The mana consumption of Discus is just so low. Crazy. I wish I could like drop these for Lobos. Be really nice. I was saying before, it'd be so nice if you could drop effects. Do we have Stone Sword keys? Anyone?
I don't have one.
Not me.
Okay. Well, I say let's go to. We can kill the
Finish
boss
that
at this ruin
Yeah.
here. Go to the church. We could go to the. We can still get another key near the Everjail. Well, the boss is on me.
What's the enhanced weak to?
Poison, kind of.
Holy.
But... Wait, what?
Well, he's not weak, but he has no resist to like holy and magic, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Got it.
No, I don't turn down any graphic settings, really. Fire and lightning? No, he has really high resists against
gonna
fire
do,
and lightning, I think.
Legendary weapon. At the volcano.
Yeah, we'll definitely get Go down to the crater. I got a blue shield for you here if you want it.
Okay, I have blue. Yeah, it's got the effect is better.
You guys are so squishy. Successive attacks negate damage if you want that. Oh, the key's up top. I'm gonna go grab it. Hopefully. And no key. Cool. Alright. Oh. Alright.
Wait, what's this?
Morgoth to invade.
Oh, that's so cool. Pick them up.
Oh, the ult.
Nice.
Oh yeah, he doesn't drop anything.
Should we get the? No, he doesn't. Should we get the west heal?
Ram skin.
I think we just go towards the crater now, right?
Yeah. I was wondering if we should get the heal for Larxa, but I guess
Get what for Larxa?
the extra heal charge from the West Church, but that's kind of far. So I don't
Oh, we could do the. I mean, we could get the one in the crater, the heal charge.
Yeah.
Heal charge.
The America Church.
Oh.
Plus one Estus. Not plus one, but an extra. Oh. What? Dude, he staggered on my shield. That's crazy.
Dude, that
Oh
was
yeah, you can stagger him with it. Pretty sure.
That's crazy.
I'm a bit
I count as a
behind.
wall. I am the wall. Nice.
Alright, I think we just go down the crater now. We can maybe get the church after we finish the crater, I think. There's no good way like up from here. Unless you take the bird back and forth.
We'll go going the normal way or just skip?
Just going the normal way.
Oh, legendary!
Exit
go.
Godric.
They're red.
Does anybody want Bolt of Grand Sax?
He's super resistant to lightning, I think.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, I'll just do something else then.
I don't think you can charge Discus, right? I don't even need Starlight Shards with this spell. It's like so ridiculously mana efficient. Oh, there you go, Lobos.
Ooh, nice. I never see improved guard counters.
I need spell casting speed. I guess the charge incantation is kind of useless on this, sadly. Come on, dude. 36% charged incantation. I don't have a charged incantation, man. I mean, I could upgrade Black Flame, I guess, but...
I don't know where this is. It's right here, right? I'll take that as a yes. Okay.
On my way!
Yeah, Lightning Bolt can be charged, but the boss we're about to fight is resistant as hell to lightning.
Oh, legend.
Oh, oh god!
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what did Lobos say? I wasn't trying to donut wall anybody.
Ow. Holy shit. Nice stop.
Oh, he was asking where to jump. I don't even really know how to explain it anyways. I wish I could drop the guard counter for Lobos. I don't know if I get Black Flame or not. I think the Holy is still best, because I think he's resistant to
I
fire.
got a poison bow.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
To legendary with barrage.
Yeah, what is this fucking thing above me? I have this weird, like, circle.
Yeah,
my
I see
head.
that.
You see it, Larksa?
Oh.
Yeah, it's a bug.
I thought I saw that earlier, but I didn't even pay it any attention. Alright, church?
Yeah, let's take the bird over to the gargoyle.
Wait, it's the gargoyle. Oh, down.
Yeah, you could just take this bird back.
Oh.
Although I don't think... Well, we actually could still kill the gargoyle. But Lobos... Yeah,
I'm
sure.
coming.
Lobos is going on his own adventure.
Ignore I got a magic weapon too.
Noise? Holy shit, this fucking damage. Holy shit.
Nice.
Dude, this goes my bis.
All right.
Reduced spell FP cost, huge.
Go to church.
Totally what I need.
Yes.
Honestly, dude, I don't need this. I really don't need reduced spell FP cost. It's pointless. I'll just keep the ant spur. Maybe I can apply rot. I don't know.
Are we gonna one-shot the Demi Queen here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, I'm gonna kill it in one ult.
Last week, the team at Neo
FPs, like.
Yeah, you see this circle on me, Lobos?
Oh yeah, I do. Someone said it's a bugged relic or something.
Yeah.
Portal. Using all that FP I got.
Yeah.
We can be the first people to stagger this guy.
I staggered him on a Raider run, but I had a bunch of like plus toys break.
Oh, we staggered it! Wait, oh no, we didn't. Never mind, I'm wrong.
It
I
takes so
misheard.
many hits to stagger him. So much.
Surely we're
monster
close.
damage. No.
Ow!
Uh-oh.
Only I could lock on to her.
I'm getting
Yeah, I'll
bird
lock on
that's-
in.
I'm surprised they released so many patches and still haven't addressed the lock on. Because it really is, like, extremely broken.
Have you had your summons rest someone before?
Yeah, your summons can res.
Yeah, I think Ellen is pretty good at that.
Idiot went back to the city on his cloud as fast as he could, and in an instant he was back at the hostel. It was a still, moonlit night, and he could not find his master in either wing of the building. There was only the white horse asleep there, his body covered in sweat, and with a greenish wound the size of a dish on his hind leg. "This is double trouble," thought Pig in horror. "Why is this wretch covered with sweat and injured on his leg? He hasn't been anywhere. Some crooks must have carried off the master and wounded the horse." Seeing Pig, the horse suddenly called out, "Elder brother!" Pig collapsed from shock, got up again, and was about to flee when the horse took his clothes between his teeth and said, "Brother, don't be afraid of me." "Why ever have you started to talk today?" asked Pig, who was shaking all over. "Something terrible must have happened to make you do it." "Do you know that our master is in danger?" the horse asked. "No," Pig replied. "You wouldn't," said the horse. "When you and Friar Sand were showing off in front of the king, you thought you'd be able to catch the monster and be rewarded for it. Little did you imagine that his powers would be too much for you. You should be ashamed of the way you've come back by yourself without even having any news to report. That monster turned himself into a handsome scholar, came to the palace, and made the king accept him as his son-in-law. He changed our master into a tiger, who was captured by the officials and put in a cage in the court waiting room. The news made me feel as if my heart were being sliced to pieces. It was already 2 days since you went, and for all I knew, you might have been killed, so I had to turn back into a dragon and try to rescue our master. When I reached the court, I couldn't find him, though I saw the monster outside the Hall of Silvery Peace. I changed into a palace beauty to trick him. He made me do a sword dance for him, and when I had him fascinated, I took a cut at him. He dodged the blow, picked up a giant lantern in both hands, and soon had me on the run. I flung my sword at him, but he caught it and wounded me on the hind leg by throwing the lantern at me. I escaped with my life by hiding in the palace canal. The scar is where he hit me with the candlestick." "Is this all true?" asked Pig. "Don't think I'm trying to fool you," said the dragon. "What are we to do?" said Pig. "Can you move?" "What if I can?" said the dragon. "If you can move," said Pig, "then make your way back to the sea. I'll take the luggage back to Gao Village and be a married man again." The dragon's reaction to this was to bite hard on Pig's tunic and not let him go. Tears rolled down his face as he said, "Please don't give up, elder brother." "What else can I do but give up?" said Pig. "Friar Sand has been captured by him, and I can't beat him, so what can we do but break up now?" The dragon thought for a moment before replying, still in tears. "Don't even talk about breaking up, brother. All you need to do is rescue the master. All you need to do to rescue the master is to ask someone to come here." "Who?" asked Pig. "Take a cloud back to the mountain of flowers and fruit as fast as you can, and ask our eldest brother Monkey to come here. With his tremendous ability to beat demons, he ought to be able to rescue the master and avenge your defeat." "Can't we ask someone else?" said Pig. "He hasn't been on the best of terms with me since he killed the White Bone Spirit on White Tiger Ridge. He's angry with me for encouraging the master to say the band tightening spell. I only meant it as a joke. How was I to know the old monk would really say it and drive him away? Goodness knows how furious he is with me. He definitely won't come. I'm no match for him with my tongue. And if he's disrespectful enough to hit me a few times with that murderous great cudgel of his, it'll be the death of me." "Of course he won't hit you," said the dragon. "He's a kind and decent Monkey King. When you see him, don't tell him that the master's in trouble. Just say, 'The master's missing you.' Once you've lured him here and he sees the situation, he won't possibly be angry. He's bound to want to fight the monster. I guarantee that he'll capture the monster and save our master." "Oh well," said Pig. "Oh well. As you're so determined, I'll have to go, or else I'll look half-hearted. If Monkey's prepared to come, I'll come back with him. But if he isn't, then don't expect me. I won't be back." "Go," said the dragon. "I promise he'll come." The idiot picked up his rake, straightened his tunic, leapt up on a cloud, and headed east. Sanzang was fated to live. Pig had a following wind, so he stuck up his ears for sails, and was at the Eastern Ocean in no time. He landed his cloud. Without his noticing it, the sun rose as he made his way into the mountains. As he was going along, he suddenly heard voices. He looked carefully and saw a monkey in a mountain hollow with hordes of demons. He was perched on a rock, and in front of him over 1,200 monkeys were drawn up in ranks and chanting, "Long live His Majesty the Great Sage." "He's doing very nicely," thought Pig. "Very nicely indeed. No wonder he wanted to come home instead of staying a monk. He has it really nice here, with a big place like this and all those little monkeys at his beck and call. If I'd had a mountain like this, I'd never have become a monk. But what am I to do now I'm here? I must go and see him." As he was rather overawed, Pig did not dare walk boldly over to see him. Instead, he made his way round a grassy cliff, slipped in among the 1,200 monkeys, and started to kowtow with them. Little did he expect that the sharp-eyed monkey would see him from his high throne and say, "There's a foreigner bowing all wrong among the ranks. Where is he from? Bring him here." The words
Admiral, why so stubborn? Keep at it. You could melt into blood and fuss.
Darling, come on. It's perfect.
Where do you come from, outsider? In my realm, all monkeys are of similar face and shape. Your face speaks of a different breed, and an ugly one. You must be a Yao Guai from another land. never ventured here. Since that journey, nothing's changed after so many years. He said this and told me to kneel. Right here on this seat. Ah, here it is. I knew it. Wukong is tight-fisted, even Guan Yin agrees so. He kept it here so it could be passed down to another one of his kind. Now it's time for you to try it, kid. Here it is. I knew it. Wukong is tight-fisted, even Guan Yin agrees so. He kept it here so it could be passed down to another one of his kind. Look exactly like Wukong. Hey, old monkey. I hope this isn't a one-way trip, is it?
The scriptures sound. All I ever wanted was a life in my mountain, free from you and your so-called merits. Those high above don't trust me. I understand that. And they send you and those knuckleheads to threaten me. To obey and serve once more. I understand that too. But what I don't understand is... you bastards killing my kind!
I don't make a habit of fighting someone I've bested before. Here's my offer. If you lose, I'll take you to the Celestial Court. They will stay and level your mountain. But if I lose, I shall certainly take revenge, and they will level your mountain nonetheless. How tragic would that be, huh? You are one of the court. We don't need to resort to violence. How about you bend the knees, admit the wrongs, and we can put this behind us?
All these years, except for that pig, you're the one who talks the tallest tales. Good, I am entertained. Speaking of entertainment, wouldn't it be fun if I pluck your extra eye out for my snack and allow you to keep the other two? Because I'd hate to let you miss how I'll slaughter each mongrel of the court. Those below, those above, and that black mutt of yours. Come at me, all of you.
They gave you.
to revel in the simple. Separately, I cover all his scattered relics. And upon the return of the relics to Mount Tuaguo, he may yet rise again.
The revenge.
Were hardly out of his mouth before some junior monkeys swarmed round him, shoved him forward, and threw him to the ground. "Where are you from, foreigner?" asked Monkey. "If I may be permitted to argue," replied Pig, his head bowed, "I'm no foreigner. I'm an old friend of yours." "All my monkey hordes look exactly the same," replied the great sage, "but from the look of your stupid face, you must be an evil demon from somewhere else. Never mind, though. If, as an outsider, you want to join my ranks, you must first hand in a curriculum vitae and tell us your name before we can put you on the books. If I don't take you on, you've no business to be bowing to me like a madman." Pig put his arms round his head, which he still kept low, and replied, "I'm sorry. It's an ugly mug, but you and I were brothers for several years. You can't pretend not to recognize me and say that I'm a foreigner." "Raise your head," said Monkey. The idiot did so and said, "Look, even if you won't recognize the rest of me, you'll remember my face." "Pig!" said Monkey with a smile. When Pig heard this, he leapt to his feet and said, Yes, I'm Pig," thinking that Monkey would be easier to deal with now he had recognized him. "Why have you come here instead of going to fetch scriptures with the Tang priest?" Monkey asked. "Have you offended the master and been sent back too? Show me your letter of dismissal." "I haven't offended him," Pig replied. "He hasn't given me a letter of dismissal, or driven me away." "Then why have you come here?" asked Monkey. "The master has sent me here to ask you back, as he's missing you," answered Pig. "He hasn't asked me back," said Monkey, "and he doesn't miss me. He swore an oath by heaven and wrote a letter of dismissal, so he couldn't possibly miss me, or have sent you all this way to ask me back. It certainly wouldn't be right for me to go." "He's really missing you," said Pig, lying desperately. "He really is." "Why?" asked Monkey. "He called out 'disciple' when he was riding along. I didn't hear, and Friar Sand is deaf, so he started missing you and saying that we two were hopeless. He said that you were intelligent and clever, and that you always answered whenever he called. This made him miss you so badly that he sent me over here specially to ask you to come back. Please come back with me. You'll save him from disappointment and me from a long, wasted journey." Monkey jumped down from his rock, lifted Pig to his feet, and said, "Dear brother, it's been good of you to come so far. Won't you come and take a look round with me?" "It's been a long journey," replied Pig, "and I'm afraid that the master would miss me, so I'd better not." Now that you're here, said Monkey, you really should have a look at my mountain. Not wanting to insist too hard, the idiot went off with him. The two of them walked hand in hand, with the monkey horde following behind as they climbed to the summit of the mountain of flowers and fruit. It was a beautiful mountain. In the few days since he had been back, Monkey had made it as neat as it had ever been. It was as green as flakes of malachite, so high it touched the clouds. All around it, tigers crouched and dragons coiled, amid the calls of apes and cranes. In the morning, the peak was covered with cloud. The evening sun would set between the trees. The streams splashed like a tinkle of jade. Waterfalls tumbled with the sound of lutes. In the front of the mountain were cliffs and rock faces. At the back were luxuriant plants and trees. Above it reached to the Jade Girl's washing bowl. Below it jointed the watershed of the River of Heaven. In its combination of earth and heaven, it rivaled the Penglai Paradise. Its blend of pure and solid made it a true cave palace. It defied a painter's brush and colors. Even a master could not have drawn it. Intricate were the strange-shaped boulders adorning the mountain peak. In the sun's shadow shimmered a purple light. A magical glow shone red throughout the sea of clouds. Cave heavens and paradises do exist on earth, where the whole mountainside is covered with fresh trees and new blossoms. As Pig gazed at it, he said with delight, "What a wonderful place, brother. It's the finest mountain in the world." "Could you get by here?" asked Monkey.
"What a question," said Pig with a grin. "This mountain of yours is an earthly paradise, so how could you talk about getting by?"
The two talked and joked for a while, then went back down. They saw some young monkeys kneeling beside the path and holding huge purple grapes, fragrant dates, and pears, deep golden loquats, and rich red tree strawberries. "Please, take some breakfast, Your Majesty," they said. "Brother Pig," replied Monkey with a smile, "your big appetite won't be satisfied with fruit. Never mind, though. If you don't think it too poor, you can eat a little as a snack."
"Although I do have a big appetite," said Pig, "I always eat the local food. Bring me a few to taste."
As the pair of them ate the fruit, the sun was rising, which made the idiot worry that he might be too late to save the Tang priest.
"Brother,"
he said, trying to hurry the monkey up,
"the master is waiting for us. He wants us back as soon as possible."
"Come and look round the water curtain cave," was Monkey's reply.
"It's very good of you to offer," said Pig. "But I mustn't keep the master waiting, so I'm afraid I can't visit the cave."
"Then I won't waste your time," said Monkey. "Goodbye."
"Aren't you coming?"
Pig asked. "Where to?" Monkey replied. "There's nobody to interfere with me here, and I'm free to do just as I like. Why should I stop having fun and be a monk? I'm not going. You can go and tell the Tang priest that as he's driven me away, he can just forget about me." The idiot did not dare press Monkey harder in case he lost his temper and hit him with a couple blows of his cudgel. All he could do was mumble a farewell and be on his way. As Monkey watched him go, he detailed 2 stealthy young monks to follow him, monkeys, to follow him and listen to anything he said. The idiot had gone hardly a mile down the mountainside when he turned round, pointed towards Monkey, and started to abuse him.
That ape, he said. He'd rather be a monster than a monk. The baboon. I asked him in all good faith, and he turned me down. Well, if you won't come, that's that.
Every few paces he cursed him some more. The 2 young monkeys rushed back to report. Your Majesty, that pig is a disgrace. He's walking along cursing you. Arrest him! Shouted Monkey in a fury. The monkey hordes went after Pig, caught him, turned him upside down, grabbed his bristles, pulled his ears, tugged his tail, twisted his hair, and thus brought him back. If you don't know how he was dealt with or whether he survived, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Wanted to say thank you. I appreciate all of you. It's the same. It's the same thing I say every time, but I mean it every time. Thanks for everybody who's watching, commenting, trying to keep a discussion while we're reading this together. It feels like kind of a book club, especially for all the people that have caught up. It certainly feels like we're all, trying to contribute something. So yeah, that's it. Thanks. This should be chapters 31 through 40 going up in a couple hours, maybe an hour. Depends on how long it takes for the video to fully render. Just because I don't use like any real editing software. That's why everything is so minimalistic. I use just QuickTime and OBS, and that's it. So yeah, enjoy the video. Thanks. Love you. Appreciate you. Hope you have a good day. Bye.
Chapter 31. Pig moves the Monkey King through his goodness. Sun the Novice subdues the ogre through cunning. They swore to become brothers, and the Dharma brought them back to their true nature.
When metal and wood were tamed, the true result could be achieved. The Mind Ape and the Mother of Wood combined to make the elixir. Together, they would climb to the world of bliss and share the same branch of the faith. The scriptures are the way of self-cultivation, to which the Buddha has given his own divinity. The brothers made up a triple alliance with devilish powers to cope with the 5 elements. Sweeping aside the 6 forms of existence, they head for the Thunder Monastery. As he was being dragged and carried back by the crowd of monkeys, Pig's tunic was shreds.
I'm done for, he grumbled to himself. Done for. He'll kill me now.
Before long, he was back at the mount of the cave, where Monkey, sitting on top of a rock face, said to him angrily,
"You chaff-guzzling idiot! I let you go, so why swear at me?"
I never did, elder brother,
said Pig on his knees.
May I bite off my tongue if I ever did. All I said was that as you weren't coming, I'd have to go and tell the master. I'd never have dared to swear at you.
You can't fool me, Monkey replied. If I prick my left ear up, I can hear what they're saying in the 33rd heaven. And if I point my right ear down, I can know what the 10 kings of hell and their judges are discussing. Of course I could hear you swearing at me as you walked along.
Now I see, said Pig. With that devilish head of yours, you must have changed yourself into something or other to listen to what I said.
Little ones, shouted Monkey, bring some heavy rods. Give him 12 on the face, then 12 on the back. After that, I'll finish him off with my iron cudgel.
Elder brother,
pleaded Pig, kowtowing desperately.
I beg you to spare me for our master's sake.
That good and kind master? Never, said Monkey.
If he won't do, begged Pig, then spare me for the Bodhisattva's sake.
The mention of the Bodhisattva made Monkey relent slightly.
Now you've said that I won't have you flogged, he replied. But you must tell me straight and without lying where the Tang priest is in trouble, which is presumably why he sent you to try and trick me.
He isn't in trouble, Pig protested. He's honestly missing you.
You really deserve a beating, said Monkey, for still trying to hoodwink me, you moron. Although I've been back in the Water Curtain Cave, I've stayed with the pilgrim in my mind. The master must have been in trouble at every step he's taken. Tell me about it at once if you don't want this flogging.
Pig kowtowed again and said,
Yes, I did try to trick you into coming back. I didn't realize that you would see through it so easily. Please, spare me a flogging and let me go. Then I'll tell you.
Very well, then, replied Monkey. Get up and tell me.
The junior monkeys untied his hands. He leapt to his feet and began looking around wildly.
What are you looking at? Asked Monkey.
I'm looking at that wide, empty path for me to run away along, said Pig.
That wouldn't get you anywhere, Monkey said. Even if I gave you 3 days' start, I'd still be able to catch you up. Start talking. If you make me lose my temper, that'll be the end of you.
I'll tell you the truth, said Pig. After you came back here, Friar Sand and I escorted the master. When we saw a dark pine forest, the master dismounted and told me to beg for some food. When I'd gone a very long way without finding anyone, I was so tired that I took a snooze in the grass. I didn't realize that the master would send Friar Sand after me. You know how impatient the master is. He went off for a stroll by himself, and when he came out of the wood, he saw a gleaming golden pagoda. He took it for a monastery, but an evil spirit called the Yellow-Robed Monster who lived there captured him. When I and Friar Sand came back to find him, all we saw was the white horse and the baggage. The master had gone. We searched for him as far as the entrance to the cave and fought the monster. Luckily, the master found someone to save him in the cave. She was the third daughter of the king of Elephantia, and she'd been carried off by the monster. She gave the master a letter to deliver to her family and persuaded the ogre to let him go. When we reached the capital and delivered the letter, the king asked our master to subdue the monster and bring the princess home. I ask you, brother, could you catch a monster? Could the master catch a monster? We two went off to fight him, but his powers were too much for us. He captured Friar Sand and made me run away. I hid in the undergrowth. The monster turned himself into a handsome scholar and went to court, where he introduced himself to the king and turned the master into a tiger. The white horse changed himself back into a dragon in the middle of the night and went to look for the master. He didn't find him, but he did see the monster drinking in the Hall of Silvery Peace, so he turned himself into a palace beauty. He poured wine and did a sword dance for the ogre in the hope of finding a chance to cut him down, but the ogre wounded his hind leg with a lantern. It was the white horse who sent me here to fetch you. Our eldest brother is a good and honorable gentleman, he said. And gentlemen don't bear grudges. He's sure to come and rescue the master. Please remember that if a man has been your teacher for a day, you should treat him as your father for the rest of his life. I beg you to save him.
Idiot, said Monkey. I told you over and over again before leaving that if any evil monsters captured the master, you were to tell them I am his senior disciple. Why didn't you mention me? Pig reflected that to a warrior, a challenge was more effective than an invitation, and said, It would have been fine if we hadn't used your name. It was only when I mentioned you that he went wild. What did you say? Asked Monkey. I said, Behave yourself, kind monster, and don't harm our master. I have an elder brother called Brother Monkey, who is an expert demon subduer with tremendous magic powers. If he comes, he'll kill you, and you won't even get a funeral. This made the ogre angrier than ever, and he said, I'm not scared of Monkey. If he comes here, I'll skin him, tear his sinews out, gnaw his bones, and eat his heart. Although monkeys are on the skinny side, I can mince his flesh up and deep fry it. This so enraged Monkey that he leapt around in a fury, tugging at his ear and scratching his cheek. Did he have the gall to say that about me? He asked. Calm down, brother, said Pig. I specially remembered all his insults so as to tell you. Up you get, said Monkey. I didn't have to go before, but now he's insulted me. I must capture him. Let's be off. When I wrecked the Heavenly Palace 500 years ago, all the generals of heaven bowed low at the sight of me and called me Great Sage. How dare that fiend have the nerve to insult me behind my back? I'm going up there to catch him and tear his corpse to shreds to make him pay for it. When I've done that, I'll come back here.
Quite right, said Pig. When you've captured the monster and got your own back on him, it'll be up to you whether you come on with us.
The Great Sage jumped down from the cliff, rushed into the cave, and took off all his devil clothes. He put on an embroidered tunic, tied on his tiger skin kilt, seized his iron cudgel, and came out again. His panic-stricken monkey subjects tried to stop him, saying, "Where are you going, your majesty, great sage? Wouldn't it be fun to rule us for a few more years?" "What are you saying, little ones?" replied Monkey. "I have to protect the Tang priest. Everyone in heaven and earth knows that I am the Tang priest's disciple. He didn't really drive me away. He just wanted me to take a trip home and have a little relaxation. Now I've got to attend to this. You must all take good care of our household. Plant willow and pine cuttings at the right season, and don't let my things go to pieces. I must escort the Tang priest while he fetches the scriptures and returns to the east. When my mission is over, I'll come back to this happy life with you here." The monkeys all accepted his orders. Taking Pig's hand, Monkey mounted a cloud and left the cave. When they had crossed the eastern sea, he stooped at the western shore and said, "You carry on at your own speed while I take a bath in the sea."
"We're in a terrible hurry," said Pig. "You can't take a bath now."
"You wouldn't understand," Monkey replied. "While I was at home, I developed rather a devil stink, and I'm afraid that with his passion for cleanliness, the master would object." Only then did Pig realize that Monkey really was being sincere and single-minded. After Monkey's dip, they were back on their clouds and heading west again. When they saw the gleam of the golden pagoda, Pig pointed at it and said,
"That's where the yellow-robed monster lives. Friar Sand is still there."
"You wait for me up here," said Monkey, "while I take a look around the entrance before fighting the evil spirit."
"No need," said Pig, "as he's not at home."
"I know," said Monkey. The splendid Monkey King landed his gleaming cloud and looked around outside the entrance. All he could see was two children, one of about 10 and the other of 8 or 9, hitting a feather-stuffed ball with curved sticks. Without bothering to find out whose children they were, Monkey rushed up at them as they played, grabbed them by the tufts of hair that grew on top of their heads, and flew off with them. The sobs and curses of the terrified boys alarmed the junior devils of the Moon Waters Cave, who rushed in to tell the princess that someone, they did not know who, had carried her sons off. These boys, you see, were the children of the princess and the ogre. The princess ran out of the cave to see Monkey holding her sons on the top of a cliff and about to hurl them over. "Hey you! I've never done you any harm!" she screamed desperately. "So why are you kidnapping my sons? Their father won't let you get away with it if anything happens to them, and he's a killer." "Don't you know who I am?" said Monkey. "I'm Monkey, the senior disciple of the Tang priest. If you release my brother Friar Sand from your cave, I'll give you your sons back. You'll be getting a good bargain, 2 for 1. The princess hurried back into the cave, told the junior demons who were on the door to get out of her way, and untied Friar Sand with her own hands.
"Don't let me go, lady," said Friar Sand, "or I'll be letting you in for trouble with that monster when he comes back and asks about me."
"Venerable sir," the princess replied, "what you said about the letter saved my life, so I was going to let you go anyhow, and now your elder brother Monkey has come here and told me to release you." At the word monkey, Friar Sand felt as though the oil of enlightenment had been poured on his head, and the sweet dew had enriched his heart. His face was all happiness, and his chest filled with spring. He looked more like someone who had found a piece of gold or jade than someone who had just been told that a friend had arrived. He brushed his clothes down with his hands, went out, bowed to Monkey, and said, "Brother, you've dropped right out of the blue. I beg you to save my life." "Did you say one word to help me, Brother Sand, when the master said the band-tightening spell?" asked Monkey with a grin. "Talk, talk, talk. If you want to rescue your master, you should be heading west instead of squatting here."
"Please, don't bring that up," said Friar Sand. "A gentleman doesn't bear a grudge. We've been beaten, and we've lost the right to talk about courage. Please, rescue me."
"Come up here," Monkey replied, and Friar Sand sprang up on the cliff with a bound. When Pig saw from up in the air that Friar Sand had come out of the cave, he brought his cloud down and said,
forgive me, Brother Sand."
"Where have you come from?" asked Friar Sand on seeing him.
"After I was beaten yesterday," said Pig, "I went back to the capital last night and met the White Horse, who told me that the master was in trouble. The monster has magicked him into a tiger. The horse and I talked it over, and we decided to ask our eldest brother back."
"Stop chattering, idiot," said Monkey. "Each of you take one of these children to the city. Use them to provoke the monster into coming back here to fight me."
"How are we to do that?" asked Friar Sand.
"You two ride your clouds, stop above the palace," said Monkey. "Harden your hearts and drop the children on the palace steps. When you're asked, say they're the sons of the yellow-robed monster, and that you two brought them there. The ogre is bound to come back when he hears that, which will save me the trouble of going into town to fight him. If we fought in the city, the fogs and dust storms we stirred up would alarm the court, the officials, and the common people."
"Whatever you do, brother," said Pig with a laugh, "you try to trick us."
"How am I tricking you?" asked Monkey.
"These two kids have already been scared out of their wits," Pig replied. "They've cried themselves hoarse. They're going to be killed at any moment. Do you think the monster will let us get away after we've smashed them to mince? He'll want our necks. You're still crooked, aren't you? He won't even see you, so it's obvious you're tricking us."
"If he goes for you," said Monkey, "fight your way back here, where there's plenty of room for me to have it out with him."
"That's right," said Friar Sand. "What our eldest brother says is quite right. Let's go."
The pair of them were an awe-inspiring sight as they went off, carrying the two boys. Monkey then jumped down from the cliff to the ground in front of the pagoda's gates, where the princess said to him, "You faithless monk! You said you'd give me back my children if I released your brother. Now I've let him go, but you still have the boys. What have you come back for?" "Don't be angry, princess," said Monkey, forcing a smile. "As you've been here so long, we've taken your sons to meet their grandfather." "Don't try any nonsense, monk," said the princess. "My husband, Yellow Robe, is no ordinary man. If you frighten those children, you'd better calm them down." "Princess," said Monkey with a smile, "do you know what the worst crime on earth you can commit is?" "Yes," she replied. "You're a mere woman, so you don't understand anything," said Monkey. "I was educated by my parents in the palace ever since I was a child," she said, "and I remember what the ancient book said. There are 3,000 crimes, and the greatest is unfilial behavior. But you're unfilial, replied Monkey. My father begot me, my mother raised me. Alas for my parents. What an effort it was to bring me up. Filial piety is the basis of all conduct and the root of all goodness. So why did you marry an evil spirit and forget your parents? Surely this is the crime of unfilial behavior. At this, the princess's face went red as she was overcome with shame. What you say, sir, is so right, she said. Of course I haven't forgotten my parents, but the monster forced me to come here, and he is so strict that I can hardly move a step. Besides, it's a long journey, and nobody could deliver a message. I was going to kill myself until I thought that my parents would never discover that I hadn't run away deliberately. So I had nothing for it but to drag out my wretched life. I must be the wickedest person on earth. As she spoke, the tears gushed out like the waters of a spring. Don't take on so, princess, said Monkey. Pig has told me how you saved my master's life and wrote a letter, which showed you hadn't forgotten your parents. I promise that I'll catch the monster, take you back to see your father, and find you a good husband. Then you can look after your parents for the rest of their lives. What do you say to that? Please don't get yourself killed, Monk, she said. Your two fine brothers couldn't beat Yellow Robe, so how can you talk about such a thing, you skinny little wretch, all gristle and no bone? You're like a crab, the way all your bones stick out. You don't have any magic powers, so don't talk about capturing ogres. What a poor judge of people you are, laughed Monkey. As the saying goes, a bubble of piss is big but light, and a steelyard weight can counterbalance a ton. Those two are big but useless. Their bulk slows them down in the wind as they walk. They cost the earth to clothe, and they are hollow inside, like fire in a stove. They're weak, and they give no return for all that they eat. I may be small, but I'm a very good value. Have you really got magic powers? The princess asked. You've never seen such magic as I have, he replied. I have no rival when it comes to subduing monsters and demons. Are you sure you won't let me down? Said the princess. Yes, said Monkey. As you're so good at putting down demons, how are you going to catch this one? Hide yourself away and keep out of my sight, said Monkey. Otherwise, I may not be able to deal with him properly when he comes back. I'm afraid you may feel more friendly towards him and want to keep him. Of course I won't want to keep him, she protested. I've only stayed here under duress. You've been his wife for 13 years, said Monkey, so you must have some affection for him. When I meet him, it won't be for a child's game. I shall have to kill him with my cudgel and my fists before you can be taken back to court. The princess did as she had been told and went off to hide in a quiet place. As her marriage was fated to end, she had met the great sage. Now that the princess was out of the way, the Monkey King turned himself, with a shake of his body, into the very image of the princess, and went back into the cave to wait for the ogre. Pig and Friar Sand took the children to the city of Elephantia and hurled them down on the palace steps, where the wretched boys were smashed to mincemeat, their blood splashed out, and their bones were pulverized. The panic-stricken courtiers announced that a terrible thing had happened. 2 people had been thrown down from the sky.
"The children are the sons of the yellow-robed monster,"
shouted Pig at the top of his voice.
"And they were brought here by Pig and Friar Sand."
The monster, who was still asleep in the Hall of Silvery Peace, heard someone calling his name as he was dreaming, turned over, and looked up to see Pig and Friar Sand shouting from the clouds.
"I'm not bothered about Pig,"
he thought, but Friar Sand was tied up at home. However did he escape? Could my wife have let him go? How did he get to catch my sons? Perhaps this is a trick Pig is using to catch me, because I won't come out and fight with him. If I'm taken in by this, I'll have to fight him, and I'm still the worse for wear after all that wine. One blow from his rake would finish off my prestige. I can see through that plan. I'll go home and see whether they are my sons before arguing with them. Without taking leave of the king, the monster went back across the forested mountains to his cave to find out what had happened. By now, the palace knew he was an evil spirit. The 17 other women who had fled for their lives when he ate the palace beauty had told the king all about it early the next morning, and his unannounced departure made it even clearer he was an ogre. The king told the officials to look after the false tiger. When Monkey saw the monster coming back to the cave, he thought of a way to trick him. He blinked till the tears came down like rain, starting to wail for the children, and jumped and beat his breast as if in grief, filling the cave with the sound of his sobbing. The monster failed to recognize who Monkey really was and put his arms round him.
"What makes you so miserable, wife?"
he asked.
"Husband,"
said Monkey, weeping as he concocted his devilish lies. "How true it is that a man without a wife has no one to look after his property. A woman who loses her husband is bound to fall. Why didn't you come back yesterday after going to the city to meet your father-in-law? Pig came and seized Friar Sand this morning, and then they grabbed our sons and refused to spare them despite all my pleas. They said they were taking them to the palace to meet their grandfather, but I haven't seen them all day. I don't know what's become of them, and you were away. I've been so miserable at losing them that I can't stop crying." The monster was furious.
"My sons?"
he asked. "Yes," Monkey replied. "Pig carried them off."
The monster, now jumping with rage, said, "Right, that's it. He's killed my sons. He'll die for this. I'll make that monk pay for it with his life. Don't cry, wife. How are you feeling now? Let me make you better."
"There's nothing wrong with me," said Monkey, "except that I've cried so much my heart aches."
"Never mind," the monster replied. "Come over here. I've got a treasure here that you just have to rub on your pain to stop it hurting. But be very careful with it, and don't flick it with your thumb, because if you do, you'll be able to see my real body."
Monkey was secretly delighted. What a well-behaved fiend, he thought, giving that away without even being tortured. When he gives me the treasure, I'll flick it to see what kind of monster he really is. The ogre then led him to a remote and secluded part of the cave and spat out a treasure about the size of a hen's egg. It was a magic pill skillfully fashioned from a piece of conglomeration of internal secretion. What a splendid thing, Monkey thought. Goodness knows how many times it had to be worked, refined, and mated before becoming such a magic relic. Today, it was fated to meet me. The ape took it, rubbed it over his pretended pain, and was just going to flick it with his thumb when the monster took fright and tried to grab it from him. The crafty monkey popped it into his mouth and swallowed it. The monster clenched his fist and hit at him, but Monkey parried the blow, rubbed his face, and reverted to his real form with a shout of, "Behave yourself, ogre! Take a look and see who I am."
"Wife," said the shocked monster, "however did you get that terrible face?"
"I'll get you, you damned fiend," said Monkey. "I'm not your wife. Can't you even recognize your own grandfather?" The monster, now beginning to see the light, said,
"You do look a bit familiar."
"Take another look," said Monkey. "I won't hit you."
"I know you by sight," the monster said, "but I can't remember your name. Who are you? Where are you from? Where have you hidden my wife? Why did you swindle me out of my treasure? This is a disgusting way to behave."
"As you don't know who I am," said Monkey, "let me tell you that I am Sun Wukong, Brother Monkey, the Tang priest's senior disciple. I'm your ancestor by a clear 500 years.
"Nonsense," the ogre replied. "Nonsense! I know the Tang priest only had 2 disciples when I captured him. They were called Pig and Friar Sand. Nobody mentioned anyone by the name of Monkey. You must be a fiend from somewhere or other who has come to trick me."
"I didn't come here with the other 2, said Monkey, "because my master is a kind and merciful man who sent me back home for killing too many evil spirits. You ought to know your ancestor's name."
"What sort of man are you?" asked the monster. "How can you have the face to come back after your master sent you away?"
"You wouldn't understand, you damned monster," said Monkey, "that when a man has been your teacher for a single day, you should treat him as your father for the rest of his life, and that father and son should never let the sun set on a quarrel. You've harmed my master, so of course I've come to rescue him. Even if I could ignore that, it's quite outrageous that you insulted me behind my back."
"I never insulted you," said the monster.
"Pig told me you did," replied Monkey.
"You shouldn't have believed that sharp-tongued old gossip," said the monster.
"Let's stop beating about the bush," said Monkey. "You've treated me very shabbily for a guest from far away. You may not have any wine or fine delicacies to feed me, but you do have a head, so stretch it out and let me hit it with my cudgel. That'll do instead of tea."
The mention of hitting made the monster bellow with laughter. "You've got it all wrong this time, Monkey," he said. "You shouldn't have come in if you wanted to fight me. I have 1,000 devils of all sizes in here. Even if you were covered with arms, you'd never be able to fight your way out."
"Nonsense," replied Monkey. "Never mind 1,000. If you had thousands or tens of thousands of them, I'd only need to see them clearly for my every blow to strike home. I'll wipe the lot of you out."
The monster at once ordered all the fiends and ogres in and around the cave to muster with their weapons and put a close blockade on all the doors. Monkey was delighted to see them, and wielding his cudgel with both hands, he shouted, "Change!" and suddenly had 6 arms and 3 heads. Then he shook his gold-banded cudgel and turned it into 3 gold-banded cudgels. He went into action with his 6 arms and 3 cudgels. He was a tiger in a sheepfold, a hawk in a chicken run.
The poor little demons had their heads smashed to pulp, while their blood flowed like water. He rushed to and fro as if there was nobody else there, until only the old ogre was left. He followed Monkey outside and said, "Insolent ape, how dare you come and bully us?" Monkey turned, beckoned to him, and said, "Come here, come here. Let me win the credit for killing you." The monster struck at the head with his sword, and Monkey riposted to the face with his cudgel. They fought it out amid the mists on the mountaintop. Mighty was the magic of the great sage, awful the monster's power. One of them wielded an iron cudgel, the other a sword of tempered steel. When the sword was raised, it shone with a bright aura. The parrying cudgel was wreathed in cloud. They leapt to and fro, protecting their heads, turning and somersaulting over and over. One of them changed his face with every breeze. The other stood still and shook his body. One glared with fiery eyes as he stretched out his simian arm. The other's golden pupils flashed as he twisted his tigerish waist. They were locked in mortal combat, as sword and cudgel struck without mercy. The Monkey King wielded his iron club according to the martial classic, and the monster's swordplay followed the ancient manuals. One was a demon king experienced in the black arts. The other used magical powers to protect the Tang priest. The ferocious Monkey King became fiercer than ever. The heroic monster grew an even greater hero. They fought in space, ignoring death, all because the Tang priest went to see the Buddha. They had fought 50 or 60 rounds without issue when Monkey thought, "That bloody monster's sword is as good as my cudgel. I'll pretend to give him an opening and see if he can tell if it's a trick." The Monkey King raised his cudgel and did a reaching up to a tall horse movement. The monster, not realizing that this was a trick and imagining that he saw a real opening, took a tremendous swipe at Monkey with his sword. Monkey at once did a high swing to avoid the blow, then struck at the monster's head with a stealing a peach from under the leaves movement, and knocked him so hard he vanished without a trace. Monkey put his cudgel away and looked for him, but without success. "Wow!" exclaimed Monkey in astonishment. "I didn't just hit him, I knocked him out of existence. But if I really killed him, there ought at least be some blood and pus, and there's no sign of any. Perhaps he got away." He leapt up on a cloud to look around, but nothing was moving. "My eyes can see anything at a glance," he thought. "So how can he have got away so mysteriously? Now I see. He said he seemed to recognize me, so he can't be an ordinary monster. He must be some spirit from heaven." This was too much for Monkey, who lost his temper and somersaulted up to the southern gate of heaven with his cudgel in his hands. This startled Heavenly Generals Peng, Liu, Go, Bi, Zhang, Tao, Deng, and Xin bowed low on either side of the gateway, not daring to block his path. They let him fight his way through the gates and straight on to the Hall of Universal Brightness, where the four great heavenly teachers, Zhang, Gi, Zhu, and Q, asked, "What have you come for, great sage?" "As I was escorting the Tang priest to Elephantia, an evil monster abducted a princess and harmed the master. I had to fight him, and in the middle of our battle, he disappeared. I thought that he couldn't be an ordinary monster. It was probably a spirit from heaven. So I've come to check up if any wicked deities have left their posts." On hearing this, the heavenly teachers went and reported it to the Jade Emperor in the Hall of Miraculous Mist. He ordered an investigation. They found that nobody was missing among the 9 bright shiners, the gods of the 12 branches, the 5 dippers of north, south, east, west, and center, the hosts of the Milky Way, the 5 peaks, the 4 rivers, and all the other gods of heaven. Then they investigated outside the palace of the Dipper and the Bull, and found that one of the 28 constellations, the Strider, was missing. "Strider, the wooden wolf, has gone down to Earth," they reported to the throne. "How long has he been away from heaven?" the Jade Emperor asked. "He has missed 4 roll calls," they replied. "And with 1 roll call every 3 days, that makes 13 days. 13 days in heaven would be 13 years down on Earth," said the Emperor, and he ordered the Strider's fellow stars to go down and bring him back to heaven. On receiving this edict, the 27 other constellations went out through the gates of heaven and startled the Strider as each chanted his own spell. Do you know where he had been hiding? He had been one of the heavenly generals who was beaten when Monkey had sacked the heavenly palace, and he had lain low in a mountain stream that masked his demonic cloud and kept him out of sight. Only when he heard the other constellations shouting their spells did he dare to emerge from the water and go back to heaven with them. The great sage was blocking the gates of heaven, would have killed him but for the pleas of the other constellations, who saved him and escorted him to see the Jade Emperor. The monster now produced his golden tablet of office from his belt and kowtowed on the floor of the palace, admitting his guilt. "Strider the wooden wolf," said the Jade Emperor, "why did you go off by yourself instead of being content with the infinite beauty of heaven?" "I deserve to die, your majesty," the Strider replied. "That daughter of the king of Elephantia was no ordinary mortal. She was a jade maiden in the Hall of Incense who wanted to have an affair with me. As we did not want to defile the heavenly palace, she decided to become a mortal first, and was reborn in a king's palace. Then I became an evil monster and occupied a mountain in order to not let her down. I carried her off to my cave, and we were man and wife for 13 years. Every bite and sip is preordained, as the saying goes, and now the great sage has succeeded in bringing me here." The Jade Emperor withdrew his tablet of office and degraded him to a menial, helping Lord Lao Tse stoke his fires in the Tushita Palace. If he did well, he would be restored to his previous post. If not, his sentence would be made heavier. Monkey was delighted to see how the Jade Emperor dealt with him, and chanting a "no-ah" of respect, he said to the assembled gods, "Gentlemen, I'm off." "That monkey is as ill-mannered as ever," chuckled the heavenly teachers. "Just chanting a "na-ah" and going without thanking your majesty for your celestial kindness in catching the monster for him." "We can consider ourselves fortunate," said the Jade Emperor, "if he leaves without disturbing the peace of heaven." The great sage brought his shining cloud down to the Moonwaters cave on Bull Mountain, found the princess, and told her off for becoming immortal and marrying a fiend. As he was doing this, he heard Pig and Friar Sand shouting in midair. "Leave us a few demons to polish off, brother." "I've already wiped them out," Monkey replied. "Doesn't matter," said Friar Sand. "Let's take the princess back to the palace. Don't stare at her, Pig. We'd better do some distance shortening magic." The princess heard a rush of wind in her ears, and in a moment she was back in the city. The 3 disciples took her to the throne hall, where she bowed to her royal parents and met her sisters again. All the officials came to bow to greet her. Then she reported, "We are indebted to the infinite powers of the venerable monkey for the defeat of the yellow-robed monster and my rescue." "What type of monster was he?" the king asked. "Your Majesty's son-in-law," Monkey replied, "is the Strider constellation from heaven, and your daughter was a jade maiden who held the incense until she decided to become immortal and came down to this world. This marriage was predestined. When I went up to the heavenly palace and submitted a memorial to him, the Jade Emperor found that the monster had missed 4 roll calls and had been away from heaven for 13 days, which is 13 years down on Earth. The Emperor sent his fellow stars down to fetch him, then banished him to the Tushita heaven, where he's to redeem his sins. That's how I rescued your daughter and brought her here." The king thanked Monkey and told him to go and see his master. The 3 disciples left the throne hall and went with all the courtiers to the antechamber, where the iron cage was carried in and the false tiger unchained. Monkey was the only one who could see that he was human. All the others thought he was really a tiger. As Sun Zong was under the demon's spell, he could not move, and although he was clear in his mind, he was unable to open his mouth or his eyes. "What a fine monk you are, master," said Monkey, "getting yourself into this revolting shape. You accused me of being a murderer and sent me home for it, but you wouldn't be such an awful sight if your heart had been set on goodness." "Save him, brother. Don't tell him off," said Pig. "It was you who put him up to it all," said Monkey. "You were his favorite disciple. Why didn't you save him instead of sending for me? Besides, I told you that I'd go back when I defeated the monster and avenge that insult." Friar Sand went over and knelt down before him. "As the old saying goes," he pleaded, "if you won't do it for the monk's sake, do it for the Buddha's sake. I beg you to save him now that you're here. I wouldn't have gone all that way to ask you to come if we'd been able to save ourselves." "I couldn't bear not to save him," replied Monkey, raising Friar Sand to his feet. "Bring me some water." Pig flew back to the hostel, fetched the horse and luggage, took the golden begging bowl from it, half filled it with water, and handed it to Monkey. Monkey took the water in his hand, said the words of a spell, and spurted it at the tiger's head. The evil magic was dissolved, and the tiger aura was dispersed. Sun Zong was seen in his true form once more. Once he had gathered himself together and opened his eyes, he saw Monkey, took hold of him, and said, "Monkey, where have you come from?" Friar Sand, who was standing in attendance, told him all about how Monkey had been asked back, defeated the monster, rescued the princess, dispersed the tiger aura, and come back to the palace. Worthy disciple, said Sanzang, full of gratitude. Thank you, thank you. When we return to the east from our journey to the west, I shall report to the Tang Emperor that you have won the greatest distinction. Don't mention it, said a smiling monkey. Don't mention it. The best way you can show your gratitude is by not saying that spell. When the king heard about all this, he thanked the four of them and gave a great vegetarian banquet for them in the eastern wing. After this expression of the king's kindness, master and disciples took their leave of him and set out for the west. The king and his courtiers came a long way to see them off, after which the monarch returned to the palace to rule his country. The monk went on to Thunder Monastery to see the Buddha. If you don't know what happened next or when they reached the Western Heaven, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 32. On Flat Top Mountain, the duty god delivers a message. In Lotus Flower Cave, Pig runs into trouble. The story tells how, after Monkey had rejoined the Tang priest, the four of them headed west, united in their shared determination. The king of Elephantia had escorted them beyond his capital to thank them for bringing back his daughter. From there they traveled on, eating when hungry and drinking when thirsty, moving by day and resting by night. By now, it was spring. A light breeze ruffled the silky green catkins of willows, and the view was splendid. The season encouraged the birds to sing. The flowers bloomed in the warm sun, making the whole world fragrant. A pair of swallows came to the tree in the courtyard. Now was the time to enjoy the spring. Amid the world's red dust in the city's streets, light silks were worn to the sound of lute and pipe, as flower vied and the cup was passed around. Master and disciples were enjoying their journey when they saw a mountain blocking their way. "Be careful, disciples," said the Tang priest. "I'm worried that tigers and wolves may prevent us from crossing that high mountain ahead." "As a man of religion," said Monkey, "you shouldn't say that sort of thing. Don't you remember what the Heart Sutra, the Rook's Nest Hermit, taught you says? If one relies on the Prajna Paramita, he is free in his mind, and he has no fear, is rid of dreamlike thoughts of unreality, and enjoys ultimate nirvana. All you have to do is wipe the dust off your mind, wash out the dirt from your ear. Without the most terrible suffering, you cannot be a great man." "There's no need to be so glum. With me here, you'll come to no harm even if the sky falls down. So why be scared of wolves and tigers?" The Tang priest reined in his horse and replied, "When I left Chang'an on imperial orders, I was determined to worship the Buddha in the West, where his golden image shines in the sacred land, and the jade hair gleams in the pagoda. I shall search the nameless rivers of the world and climb all unknown mountain ranges. I long to cross the mighty misty waves, but when, oh when, will I find my rest?" When Monkey heard this, he chuckled and said, "You'll have no difficulty in that. When you've completed your mission, all your destinies will be over, and all your dharmas will be empty, so of course you'll be able to rest then." This cheered up Sanzang, who gave his dragon horse the rein and urged it forward. As they climbed the mountain, they found it truly craggy and precipitous. Towering peaks, tapering pinnacles, Down in the deep and winding stream, beside the solitary cliff. Down in the deep and and winding stream, you can hear the serpents playing and splashing in the water. Beside the solitary cliff, amid the trees on the precipice, tigers whisk their tails. Look up, and the blue sky is high above the peaks. Turn round, and the heavens join the deeps in the valley. Climbing it is like ascending a ladder. Descending is like going into a pit. This is indeed a weird and craggy ridge, a wall of tapering cliffs. On the craggy ridge, the medicine gatherer moves in fear. On the sheer rock face, the firewood collector cannot take a step. Wild goats and horses all run free, and many are the hares and mountain oxen. The mountain is so high it blots out sun and stars. One often meets evil monsters and gray wolves. The path is hard to follow and difficult for the horse. How will they ever see the Buddha at the Thunder Monastery? As Sanzang reined in his horse to look at the mountain, he saw that they had reached a most difficult spot. There was a wood gatherer standing on the green, grassy slope, and this is what he looked like. On his head, a battered blue felt hat. On his body, a black woolen tunic. The battered felt hat that kept off sun and cloud was a strange sight. In his black woolen tunic, he was amazingly happy and carefree. The steel axe in his hand had been sharpened till it shone. He cut dry wood and made it into bundles. Spring hung from his carrying pole, and he was happy throughout the 4 seasons. His appearance was relaxed, and his mind free from anxiety. He had accepted his lot throughout life. Fame and disgrace never bothered him on this mountain. The wood gatherer was cutting down dead wood upon the slope when he saw the monk approaching from the east. Giving his axe a rest, he came out of the tress, and, climbing fast, soon scaled the rock face. "Stop here for a moment on your journey west," he shouted. "I must warn you that there is a pack of vicious ogres and fierce wolves on this mountain. They eat travelers from the east who are heading west." The news terrified Sanzang out of his wits. Trembling in the saddle, he turned round sharply and called for his disciples. "Did you hear what the woodman said?" he asked. "There are ogres and wolves on this mountain. Do any of you dare ask him for more details?" "Don't worry, master," said Monkey. "I'll find out from him." Brother Monkey hurried up the mountain, and, addressing the woodman as elder brother, he asked all about it. "Why have you come here, venerable sir?" asked the woodman, returning his greeting. "To tell you the truth, elder brother," said Monkey, "we have come from the east and are heading west to fetch the scriptures. That's my master on the horse. He's a bit timid, so when you told him about the ogres and wolves, he sent me to ask you about them. How long have they been here? Are they experts or just beginners? Please tell me about them. Then I can make the gods of the mountain and the local deities march them off." At this, the woodman threw back his head and roared with laughter. "You really are a mad monk," he said. "I'm not mad," replied Monkey. "I'm talking sense." "If you're talking sense," said the woodman, "then how can you say you'll have them marched off?" "You must be related to them," said Monkey, "putting on those airs and blocking our way to talk that nonsense to us. If you're not related to them, you're either a neighbor or a friend of theirs. This is too much, Mad Monk, said the woodcutter with another laugh. The warning I've come specially to give you is meant well. I tell you to be on your guard all the time as you travel along, but you're holding me responsible for all those demons. Never mind whether I happen to know what these demons do. How could you possibly have them marched off, even if I did know? Where would you send them? If they were sky monsters, replied Monkey, I'd send them to the Jade Emperor. And if they were earth monsters, I'd send them to the Earth Palace. Western ones would go to Dai Buddha, and Eastern ones to the Sage. I'd send Northerners to the true martial god of the North, and Southerners to the Fire God. Dragon spirits would go to the Lord of the Seas, and demons to King Yama. They all have somewhere to go. I know the people in all those places, so I'd only need to write out an order for the monsters to be sent there, at the double this very same night. You mad monk, said the woodcutter with a mocking laugh. You've traveled in the clouds and learned a little magic, but even if you can expel evil spirits and bind demons, you've never come up against such vicious fiends. What's so vicious about them? Asked Monkey. This mountain is called 200 miles across, said the woodcutter, and it's called Flat Top Mountain. There's a cave in it called the Lotus Flower Cave, where 2 devil chieftains live. They're so determined to capture monks that they've drawn pictures of them and found out the name of the man they want to eat, the Tang Priest. You'll be all right provided you come from anywhere but Tang. But if you're from there, don't carry on. The land of Tang, replied Monkey, is precisely where we're from. Then they'll eat you, said the woodcutter. We're in luck, said Monkey. We're in luck. The only thing is that I don't know how they're going to eat us. How do you want them to eat you? The woodcutter asked. If they eat my head first, said Monkey, that will be fine. But if they start with my feet, I'll suffer. What difference does it make whether they start with your head or feet? The woodcutter asked. You have no experience of it, said Monkey. If they start with my head, they'll have it off with one bite and I'll be dead. Whether they fry me, saute me, or stew me, I won't feel the slightest pain. But if they start from my feet, they can chew my ankles, crunch up my legs, and eat their way up to my waist with me still alive and in agony. It would be going through torment in small installments. That's why I'd suffer. They've been up there for a long time, Monk, said the woodcutter. And the moment they get you, they'll tie you up, pop you in the steamer, and eat you whole. Even better, said Monkey with a grin. Even better. That won't be at all painful. It'll just be a bit hot and close. This is nothing to joke about, Monk, said the woodcutter. Those monsters have 5 treasures that they carry about with them, and their magic powers are enormous. Even if you're one of the jade pillars of the heavens, or one of the golden beams that support the sea, you may well have to pass out in order to get the Tang Priest through. How often? Monkey asked. 3 or 4 times, replied the woodcutter. That's nothing, said Monkey. Nothing at all. We all pass out 700 or 800 times a year, so it'll be easy for us to pass out 3 or 4 times more, and then we'll be able to get through. The fearless great sage, whose one thought was to protect the Tang Priest, left the woodcutter and hurried back. When he reached the horse standing on the mountainside, he said, "It's nothing much, master. It's true that there are a few evil spirits here, but the local people only worry about them because they are timid. With me here, there's no need for you to be afraid of them, so let's be on our way again." Sun Zong was relieved to hear this, and he followed Monkey's lead. As they traveled along, they realized that Woodcutter had disappeared some time back. "Why can't we see the woodcutter who gave us the message?" asked Sun Zong.
"What lousy luck," said Pig. "We would have to meet a ghost in broad daylight."
"He must have gone into the forest to look for some more firewood," said Monkey. "I'll take a look." Opening wide his fiery eyes with their golden pupils, the splendid great sage searched the mountain, but no sign of the woodcutter was to be seen. Then he looked up into the clouds and saw the duty god of the day there. He sprang up there himself and cursed him for a hairy devil several times before saying, "Why didn't you tell me straight instead of transforming yourself and putting on that act for me?" The duty god bowed to him anxiously and said, "Please forgive me for being so late with the warning. Those monsters really have enormous magic powers and can perform all kinds of transformations. You need all your skill and cunning to protect your master. You won't possibly reach the Western Heaven if you are at all slack." Monkey dismissed the duty god. He was feeling worried as he landed his cloud and went up the mountainside until he found Sun Zong, Pig, and Friar Sand pressing ahead. "If I tell the master straight what the duty god said," he thought, "the master won't be able to face up to it and will start crying. But if I don't tell him and keep him in the dark, he won't know how things stand, and it'll be a great nuisance for me if he gets captured by monsters. I'd better go and see Pig. I can send him ahead to fight the monster. If he wins, that will be something to his credit. If he can't do it and gets captured by the monster, I can go and rescue him, which will give me a chance to show what I can do and make myself famous." As he made these calculations, he wondered whether Pig would try to slip out of it and be protected by Sun Zong. He decided he would have to force him into doing it. The great sage resorted to a trick. He rubbed his eyes till they watered, then went up to the master. When Pig saw him, he said to Friar Sand,
"Put down your carrying pole and unpack the luggage. We too will split it."
"What do you mean, split it?" asked Friar Sand.
"Divide it," said Pig. "You can go back to the river of flowing sands to be a monster, and I'll go back to Gal Village to see my wife. We can sell the white horse to buy the wood for the coffin the master will be needing when he grows old. Then we can break up instead of going on to the western heaven."
When Sun Zong heard this, he said, "How can you talk such nonsense in the middle of the journey?"
"Who's talking nonsense? I'll say it again," said Pig. "Can't you see that Monkey's coming back in tears? He's a real tough guy who isn't afraid of going down into the earth or up into the sky, or of being cut, burnt, or even being boiled in oil. So if he comes along deep in gloom, and with the tears streaming down his face, there must be monsters and wolves on this craggy mountain that softies like us could never get past."